the
I'm
first few
I
minutes.
got in
Let it rest.
I got in commons last night.
Okay. Oh,
And I
you
got
did
in
save.
low
Nice.
enough that I'm good. I got in at 120, 129.
Well, you played over ER. I give you
No,
credit
no,
for
no,
that.
no.
Nice,
I
nice
bought
job
them
there.
right after they released.
Oh, after you saw the after hours.
Literally
Nice job.
right
Good
after,
work.
because the big thing with Splunk is nobody knew. Nobody, and that's what all the analysts are saying is that finally there's some transparency in Splunk. And now we see the potential here, but it's a company
Yep.
that I really like and I've been watching for a while. So as soon as those numbers came out, I was in.
And they got a bunch of analyst not upgrades, but price increases
Yep.
today. So,
Yep. Yep. I will be looking. I am in Zoom Commons as well, but I will be looking right at the open. I'll be looking at probably the 74s for today, depending on what they're priced.
are you going to play the options? Are you going to play this week? Or are you going to go to next week since today's Friday? I'm just
I'm thinking
curious.
both. I will be looking for a YOLO depending on the price on today's options, but I'm going to play out to next week. I'll probably play like 75s to next week.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Maria, good morning. What are you watching? Okay, I think Maria's headset may be not working. What's everybody else got this morning? Visha, you like the truck? Alrighty.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I don't know
There
what's
you
wrong with
are.
my push to talk again. Sorry. Splunk for sure. JWN, Ross, Roku, Tesla.
Truck is awful. Baba, Google, and Uber. I like Baba. Nice one, Upside. Footlocker Bounce. Thank you, Gordon. Your list is gorgeous as always. Gordon actually got the list in before I got on this morning.
Good morning. Good morning. See what Rocky posted? Zoom with a $90 price target. And we know what price targets mean, but if you guys didn't see it this morning, 50 million share float, about 14% short. BB7, good morning. Happy Friday. Morning, Mac. The Poker Pro, good morning. I will likely be buying Zoom at the open. Mac, I'm already in Zoom Commons. But yeah, I'll be looking at contracts. I'm pulling up order tickets right now. It depends on how juiced they are. Gonna have to kind of see where it opens. Good morning, Harscon. Yeah, hopefully APBV gets a pop today. We will see. But I'll be watching. My eyes are going to be on Zoom, Splunk, and Zoom. But Splunk already ran, a little bit in after hours in pre-market. Zoom hasn't done much yet. All right, where does Zoom open? So the 7350s are 20 cents. Or 75. Oh, they just went to 70 cents. Wait, what are they doing? They're all over. All right, I picked up a couple. See if I filled here. I did. I got 73.50. And this is a YOLO. I got in for 11 cents. And it's dropping. We'll see what it does, but I'm okay paying 11 cents for those right now. Everything's kind of dropping. And I'm looking at next week's. Let's see, the 70. A little bit of volume in the 75s, not much. Give it a minute and see, let it shake out. There's Splunk dropping a bit, it's 133. I got small position 75s for next week. When I offset the position, today's position, I actually sold that's not what I wanted to sell. Where are we at? 72.19. Forex, Zoe Forex, good morning. So I sold, and I'm okay, taking possession of the shares, but I sold some 72.50 puts. See what happens with it. but don't do that unless you, like I said, are okay. If those get put to you, that gets exercised. I got 75s for next week. Oh my gosh, I got those filled at 40 cents. So I got enough. I'm good. Nice, Simmons, nice. I mean, it's a YOLO, right? But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's a risk that I was willing to take. I'm now showing those are 20 by 25. IG is ripping. What's up, Vazu? Good morning. BA, interesting little gap up and now dropping. And ATVI not looking very happy. Guess there's some Alta puts coming in. Like 295s. Zoe Forex, news on what? You said news. News on what? Ooh, look at the downside on all the pot tickers. You guys can hear me, right? Forex, what did you have news on? Zombill, thank you. Thank you. I wasn't sure. All right, WWE looks like it is continuing to fall. I need to go take a look at that. I've still got some Apple from yesterday. Nice bounce off VWAP there. See what it's going to do. But WWE is not making me happy. It rejected right off that 55. Ooh, D-Dog. I like D-Dog. It's another company that I like. So all-time high, 42.96, 50 cents off of that. I think Datadog might be getting a little boost off of Splunk though. So keep that in mind. In fact, that's got to be why D-Dog is doing what it's doing. Because they haven't... No, they had an announcement, but it was 18 hours ago. There's no headline. This has to be on the upgrades to Splunk. All right, Zoom, what are we going to do? Key with lots of dark pool. What's Splunk look like right now? Let's pull back. Well, those are a little juiced. Yeah, might need to give those some time. Let's see, New Relic. We can look at New Relic. And Mac, we can look at Key. Give me just a second here. I think Splunk's got a chance to keep this going, but I'm not ready to jump in just yet. Let's see, 130, 35s, or $4. There's about 90 cents in premium on those. Let's see, Kuber, GS Go. Well, that's a personal question. All right, I gotta go back and look at ZM. 73.50. Damn, we're up 440%. All right, yeah, we're at 400% or so on if you got in those 73.50s for this week. So don't be greedy. Simmons, you're up 600%. You know, if you want to cheer in Twitch, like with bits or something, or however that works, there's face masks for your 600% winner. I'll take it. No one's done a face mask yet. But that's okay, because I definitely have had a few the last couple days that did not work out. So we'll call it even. But yeah, Zoom was nice this morning. The $75 calls that I got in for next week are up about 100%. So I'd be surprised if it's done here, but we'll see. It didn't fill. Oh, barbecue guy. Yeah. Simmons, you'll get it. DFD after that one. But I want to tear. What's DFD, Simmons? Dude, it's all good, Simmons. You got a better fill than I did, so nice work. I mean, I literally jumped in and threw out a 15-cent order and got filled at 11, so. And here's one right here that didn't work, this fucking WWE. Just my bid, and it ripped as soon as gotcha. Oh, done for the day, yellow puts. What did you play it as well or no? Or you're talking about Simmons being up 600%? All right, I'm going to close out some of this position. Rams, let's go look at Twilio. Give me just a second. You followed it too, Bobby? Yes. Nice. What did you get on it? You got in at 15? Sweet. So you're up 300% or more. In Twilio, you can see this. Let's see, Rams for life. You can see this wedge right here that Twilio is in. This is kind of what I'm watching. You know, it could. You've seen it dip below and above a few times, but this is what I'm watching, is which way it's going to come out of this. If it comes out downside, you know, then we see potentially like 102.60. If it pops out upside, which is what I'm hoping for, then we could get a pretty strong move up. But Mac, 377% on Zoom. Nice. And Bobby, you went 15 to 50. Very nice. Regular barbecue guy. No, I have been talking about Zoom for months. Like, if you've heard me in here, I've been talking about Zoom and their partnership with RingCentral and how RingCentral uses Zoom as the back-end video platform. And they're not the only ones. There's other companies, and I think there's going to be continued news on Zoom. So I've been talking about it for a while. And then this morning, Guggenheim came out with an analyst report and upgraded them, made them a strong buy. And they have a $90 price target on them, I think. Quoting strong partnership with RingCentral, strong partnerships across the board. That came out this morning. So, and it's a 50 million share float, with about 14% of that float is short. I mean, you see the long-term charts for Zoom here, and they've been shorting the shit out of this thing. So I expected some sort of pop this morning on that upgrade and shorts covering. Now, I don't know, how much more we're going to get today, but I do think it's got a chance to, to run into next week, which is why I bought the 75s out to next week. I don't expect a flurry of everybody running to cover 14% short, but I am going to hold commons in this for a while. All right, Twilio, I need you to get your ass up there so I don't have to cut you. I really do want to hold this, but it's got to give me a reason. Just give me a reason, just a little, or something like that. It's got to give me something like that. I don't sing well. Splunk is another one that I've been talking about that I really, really like. And I do like Datadog as well. I just don't know as far as like how it's priced, if it's worth where it's at or not. So keep an eye. Rams for life. I got support at 102.58, and then kind of right here where it's at on Twilio. So keep an eye on that. We need it to get back over this trend line, but I'm watching. I need to go look at Tesla. And Tesla is tanking on that truck. Jeez. That did not go over well, did it? Where are we at? 330? What are the chances we can get another $5 on Tesla to the downside? We know it can move. Just don't know if it can move that fast. Go lay down. Go lay down. My dog is wandering around the office. Simmons, yeah, absolutely. I think that truck is fugly. Dip coming in on the SPY and the Qs. Yeah. Well, I didn't actually watch it, but they were talking about the fact this morning. They were talking about the fact that the Tesla, they threw a metal ball at the window twice and shattered it, after saying that it could, withstand. I didn't see it, but it sounded like something that was not very well planned. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll have to check it out. I'm not going to do it right this second, but I definitely will take a look at it. sounds like Kang got in some Amazon 1770 calls for 12.6 at 13 bucks. I'm not. I like. I think Kang knows Amazon better than anybody, but I'm not gonna follow that. It is not for me. Let's see, the whole presentation was awkward. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. And Twilio broke out of that wedge. Slightly downside. I'm kind of surprised with some of the stocks that are moving today. Let's see, I see an article. Well, that was 2 days ago. Still gonna give it some room here. It looks like shit today, but they're cussing Tesla in Black Box main chat. God, it's Splunk 139.33. Let's go Splunk. So I sold the 138 puts. And I'm actually gonna cover those here because I'm up about 52% on those. Just in case it decides to take a drop. Let's go look at Zoom. Beautiful, 500%. All right, there's your 500% Friday on Zoom for anybody that got in. At the bell. I want to see how many people played that. I got a bunch of people over here on Twitch that caught 300 to 400% on it. That was sweet. Thank you, thank you. 750% Simmons. Nice. Juicy. Nice. Yay, Mel played it. Awesome. Very nice, Dobie. I got next week's 75s, but they went up too quick for me to put it in. But yeah, they're up about 170%. 15 to 50 from Andy. Nice. Very well done. Freeman 73 calls, 30 cents to $1.10. Love it. Hey, do me a favor, and anybody that played it, put a $ ZM. I'm gonna do a search later, and I just want to capture that, everybody that played it. Bobby, in Discord main chat in Black Box, I just want to capture everyone that played that. AMD dropping. ABBV, little bounce. ATVI still dropping. If you're in that one, I don't know that I still would be. Kind of fell out of this bearish wedge. OMG winner. Yeah. They got an upgrade this morning. Analyst coverage by Guggenheim saying it was a buy. And I want to say the price target they put on them was what, like $90? So yeah, there was some catalyst this morning on Zoom. There's a little bounce on WWE. Fucking Twilio. Just stupid. I still... It can make these erratic, moves. This bounce here, the last time it hit this level of support, that bounce there was about a $2 bounce. But this slow drift down is just a pain in the ass. Nice. Sweet. Where's Tesla? Let's see. It's the 75 calls that I bought. I'm going to sell half those. And if we do get more of a dip, then I'll look to pick something up for next week. All right, what is, sounds like Roku is moving. Hello? Oh my god. All right, Roku. You can keep dropping. Let's see. Hey, so I won one of the Guess the Close contest back in early October and opted for a free month, but haven't received a free month yet. Any suggestions on how to? Yeah, send a DM to DMAC. He should be able to get you hooked up, and if he doesn't get back to you, let me know. And I'll bug him for you. Huh? Oh yeah. Yeah, and we'll I want to take some time, like, I don't know, maybe over the weekend. Which one you want? Both? One? Not that one. Come on. Yep. Yeah, no problem. We got, yeah, some Amazon bullish alerts. And some people had some 335 or 350, 335 puts in Tesla this morning. But that was about 30 minutes ago. And it looks like Tesla's getting a bounce. And Twilio just continuing to drift down. I don't know what is going on here. And we got a repeater bullish on Tesla. 332.50s. Apparently they think that 330 is the bottom. All right, I cut the majority of Twilio. But keep in mind, we've got drops coming in kind of across the board. So it's gonna accelerate everything else that's dropping as well. Let's see what is going on the tick. Negative 151. Not much. We did have tick over positive 1,000 this morning, which was that gap that a lot of stuff got. Some news on a deal, not on the phase one China deal. So without some positive news, we may see some continued downward pressure. Let's see. UVXY is popping a little bit. We may see, yep, SPY gap is covered. Thank you. And kind of right back at that trend line I had, from yesterday, from this 30-minute chart. That's where we're at right now. If it can hold that, we may see, a bounce here. If it lets go of that, might see some continued movement down. VIX is low. And Pete says, when the VIX is low, look out below. All right, Tesla, what are you going to do? Airbnb is losing its COO as it navigates regulatory pressure and seeks to go public next year. News headline. All right, now Twilio gets a little bounce. Still holding some of that, just not as much as I was. I still think I'm okay with it. But I don't know, it looks like shit. And there's D-Dog pulling back after that gap up. I think this is maybe now people realizing, yeah, they're similar, but we don't know anything about Datadog's financials. US and China may not be able to lock down a firm phase 1 deal before the next tariff deadline in mid-December, according to a senior executive of the US Chamber of Commerce. Something about FCC considering ban on subsidies for Huawei gear. Got me. All right, now ZM dropping a little bit here. Splunk dropping a little bit. WWE not. Interesting. Very interesting. A lot of stuff hitting low a day ticker. Netflix keeps coming across. Looks like SMPL pulled back a little this morning. Yeah, SPY broke out of that or below that trend line and getting some acceleration here to the downside. Thanks, Nathan. Thanks for the follow. All right, Twilio holding up at the moment. And WWE actually looking pretty good this morning, considering everything else is taking a dip. And kind of bouncing. That one might still work out. All right, Tesla double bottom at 330 so far. So Zoom below pre-market highs. If we get back above that, it could be interesting, potentially for another run today, but we'll see what the market as a whole is doing. Getting a little bounce there, little drop on UVXY. Tree loss, thank you, appreciate it. Let's look at let's see what we pulled back to here. So almost touched that 382 extension. See if we can get back above. So what is that? 73.52. We're above that. I like it with the pullback, but I'm, overall not sure what SPY's going to do here, what the market is going to do. So that has me, I'm a little wary right here. I mean, at the moment, it looks like just a pullback here on SPY, on UVXY. So I'm just a little concerned on what the market's going to do this afternoon. Or even this morning. PCG leaps. All right. Well, the only thing about PCG for me is, I mean, that is like a total YOLO, because they're either gonna I think that thing's either gonna like shoot on some piece of good news, or potential buyout, but the other is that it goes away. I don't think PCG is going to go anywhere. I just don't know, stock price, like, what's it at, 7 something? I don't know. I mean, out to 2021, I guess I could see, like, I mean, the YOLOs, like the $30 out to 2021 are still 60 cents. 50 cents for the 28s, which is weird. But I don't know that it'd be worth my $50 to do anything with it. You have the 7s? Yeah. Well, if you bought them when it was at $3, then, or $3.50 or whatever the stock was, then you're probably doing all right. But I just don't. Yeah, no idea what that thing's gonna do. AMD 3850. BA kind of looking like it's gonna break to the downside here. But I don't know, it's BA. And look at Twilio. This thing is just, I think next week before next week I think it's going to come back up here, but what did Cat do today? Splunk still looks pretty good. Roku, nice recovery there. Opposite of what I wanted to see. Let's see what else we got. Peloton down near 29. All right, this SMPL definitely pulled back a little. I'm gonna get out of some of that, I think. Let's go look at the chart. All right. I think we're still okay here. Let's look at level 2. Let's see what's going on. And Roku back at 157. Looks like some shares on the ask up at 72.94. And their ER is next month, December 5th. Let's see. They're talking about that Tesla window shatter this morning. Yeah, little pop on UVXY right there. All right, gonna pull back on Splunk now, 135.57. Let's see what this thing's gonna do. Another spike on UVXY, dip on everything else. Sounds like. Yep. All right, SPY. I don't know. We're getting some. Let's see if we can get down under that 309.90. That's what I was looking for. Looking at the trend, looking at the tick, and I'm pulling up a chart of the NASDAQ Composite Index. See where we are. Looking for, how far are we from 65.85? So it looks like oh wait, there's NASDAQ Composite, okay. E-Trade does not let me pull that up. Now negative 592 on the tick. $4 quadrillion. Sounds like we just got an alert. Let's see. GM calls. Interesting. And I saw news that they were suing Fiat. So, well, that's interesting. Which positions do you currently hold? I've got ZM for next week. P. Mellon, who's that GM? Maybe, I'm not sure. I don't really follow them. I'll have to go take a look. I'm not sure. But yeah, Bobby, I've got Zoom to next week. I've still got this simple $25 calls out to February. Still have some Twilio, but way in the red on those. And still have some WWE, which are red. A lot of AppV long term. I actually need to go look at AppV today because it looks like it's some of those contracts. Not a big hit, but 85.73. And again, things are Skatey, nice. Nice. What trading strat do you follow? I just started tuning in a few days ago. Bobby, I got 75s for next week, but I got them cheap. I don't know, see if I continue to hold them. I like where ZM is at. But the market the market as a whole is making me a little nervous. I paid 40 cents. So they're up about 47% at the moment. Skatey, I listened to you. That's why. Good. Glad I could help. P. Mellon, most of what I trade is based off long-term areas of support and resistance. I mean, I do trade momentum as well. But most of what I do is based on flow from Blackbox. So we see these flow alerts come in. Sometimes there won't be an alert, but we'll see some good flow come in here. And then I'll go look and see where it is on the chart and see if I like, the position that they're taking. So I kind of combine those two, along with we've got a mod in Blackbox that watches dark pool very closely. So, when you combine the chart or news with flow and dark pool data, it can get pretty interesting. $15 strike snap puts, 12K. That's small. KSS, those are blocks. Netflix, $2.95 call sweep. Those are $15. Visa, $2. Facebook, $192.50 put sweep, pretty small. Netflix call sweep. Let's look at 400K. Below at or below bid. Let's do that. See what we get. SPY calls. Apple 700K sweep below the bid. So that would typically be bullish puts. 260, 250. And they sold them below the bid. Skady, I think so. We've looked at the Twilio chart a couple times. I don't like what it's doing or what it has been doing. At least we got a little bit higher off this kind of double bottom here. But it's still in this like wedge. And AbbVie, I don't know what the hell is going on with AbbVie. But we can certainly look at, the Twilio chart again. Took this drop this morning, which has rejected, this 89 EMA here on the 4-hour chart, which I really wanted to see it get through. Let's look at, see if we have a trend line that makes sense. It's kind of dropped out of this trend line that it's been in, and that's this month. On the 4-hour, where did we reject? Right here at the bottom of this gap is where it rejected. So, it's at a pretty key area where if this, what is this? 100, right around $100, if that doesn't hold, then it's trouble for Twilio. But as long as it holds, I think, like above this 102, I've got this 102.70-ish. 102.65. If this area in here holds, then I think it's still, valid. But gonna have to wait and see, what it's gonna do. This earnings drop, if that drop I felt like was kind of overdone, and it was. I mean, it did, recover a lot of that. In fact, the majority of this gap, all of this gap, has now been filled. Now, do we continue lower from here? Or, based on this chart, it bounced kind of right here. This little gap that we made on the way up, that's kind of where it bounced. Right at that same spot. But it's really got to get over, and that's why and we were talking about being patient, wait until it was like, over 105, and we didn't. I said I'm going to nibble a little bit, a small position here, and I did, which is currently not working out. But I'm looking at this, this 102.65-ish as being kind of oh shit line. Maybe 102.57 right there would be the bottom of that support. Somewhere in there. It gets below that, and it's gonna get scary for Twilio. Under the 34 right now on the 1 minute. But it can make these crazy $2 moves. So full GM alert. Yeah, let's look at, we could go take a look at GM. I mean, if it's just moving on that Tesla media failure, I don't know. And ZM is now back above 73 or at 73. Let's see if it can hold this time. Slightly above VWAP here. Yeah, let's see if we can get... It needs to get above 73 and stay there to see continuation on that. Okay. I don't think I've ever played GM Flow, to be honest. Let's see where Splunk is at after this pop and pull back. Because this one is still definitely of interest to me as well. So it bounced right off the 618 extension. Which would be an expected, pullback here. And now it's rejecting the 34. See if it could get through the 34. Again, overall market direction so far today, week. So kind of keeping an eye on that as well. But we may move up from here. Let's see what happens. But I am very interested in Splunk. They got some nice upgrades this morning. Price target upgrades up closer to 160. I think I saw one at like 158. Mythical, we made 400 plus 500% on ZM this morning. So that was pretty cool. And I'm eyeing Splunk at the moment. I'd like something with a little time on them. They're really not too bad. Well, let's see. Well, out to February, they're a little spendy. Yeah, Mythical, but I'm hesitant at the moment just because I'm kind of waiting to see, what right now the market, the trend right now is downside. So I'm a little hesitant to open any long positions going into the weekend. So I'm just kind of giving it a little time to see what we're going to do. I mean, I like that they just reported and they reported well. Netflix 305 call sweeps. I think we had seen some of those earlier, but damn. Those are December 6th, and they're like $12. CM above the 34 here. To see if that will hold. That pulled all the way back after that gap this morning. 382 came back through the 786 extension, pulled back to 618. Almost tested that 382 again. And now holding above the 618 and the 34. So right now, looking pretty good if it can get over this. Right now stuck right under 73, but I think it's got a chance for a pop here as long as we don't get SPY dumpage. Yeah, I don't. Twilio is just freaking ugly. And there we go. A little, I mean, it looks like for now, at least that's holding. I mean, I gave you, what I thought on Twilio or on PFE. I don't think anything's changed. And look at ZM. Come on, push over 73 for me. We get over 73 and we get another leg up, I think. Let's look at Splunk. And Splunk needs to get back above the 34, which it looks like it may want to do right here. Bobby, I have commons in Splunk. I have not picked up. I played some calls this morning, which I did well on, but that was in and out real quick. I don't have anything else yet. But I'm definitely considering like one more candle above the 34 here, and I'll probably jump in something. And I'm eyeing right now the 136s are still a buck, which I don't like. Just because it's Friday. And that's weekly expiration. Out to next week, I was looking like the 137s for $2. But if we get a big pullback here and this thing falls to, under 135, so I'm not I haven't done anything with it yet. ZM just has failed so far to get over 73 and stay there. Bobby, I bought commons at 129. And I bought them last night right after they released because I really like Splunk. But there was this big looming question around how much money they were actually making, and I think they answered a lot of those questions with their ER and their guidance. So I figured it was going to get some sort of run today on that news, and they got some analyst upgrades that came out this morning. Splunk is a data collection, data aggregation, presentation product. So data and analytics on fucking everything. Splunk's got data collection agents for just about everything you can think of. It's expensive and it's complex and it's complicated, which is why a lot of people don't like it, because you kind of got to have like people that specialize in Splunk to really take advantage of it. But I know customers that have, multi-million-dollar Splunk deployments. Yeah, I figure Frozen's going to be huge for them. Right here at the top says financials. Splunk is looking pretty good here. Holding up nicely. I'm still the market as a whole still has me a little gun shy, but we did get a tick above 500. I'd like to see in this afternoon they'll be cheaper. The contracts will be cheaper, but you could try like, God, maybe the 137s at 70 cents. I really like the 136s. They're still carrying a bit of premium on them, but $1.30. That was this week. Skady, very personal question, friend. Well, stranger, certain things I don't disclose to anyone other than my significant other is what I made at a job, what I made. Bobby, I was looking at this week's 136 calls are $1.10 by $1.20. So I think they're still a little juiced, but I mean, you saw this run up to almost 140 this morning. I just don't know that it's going to get back there today, but it could. How many pots have you smoking? What movie was it? How many pots have you smoking? I can't remember what that was from. Well, I'm watching Splunk at the moment. Bounced off the after that gap up this morning. It pulled back perfectly to the 618 extension. So it pulled back to 786. Pulled back 618. Now it's above the 34, headed back up to that 786 extension, which I have at 136.72. So that's what I'm looking at. Sure. Perfect. $40 Virgin. Perfect. Percentage trading in my life, dude, I at this point couldn't tell you. I've been doing this on and off for about 9 years, 8 years. And it's a little complicated for me to try to figure it out because I've moved my accounts around. I did have quite a bit of stock from Microsoft, from employee stock purchases when I worked there. And my wife still works there, so I'm still buying. You know, I still have an allocation every quarter of Microsoft stock, so it's kind of tough. It's kind of a tough thing to answer, to be honest. Let's see. What can I give you? I'll tell you that if I go to, let's see, gains and losses. I am up about, let's see. I am up about 17% this month. So maybe that helps you. That includes, longer term stuff, short term stuff. Yamla, thanks for the follow. Negative months? I haven't had a negative month in a long time. Red days, certainly. Although it's been a while. Yesterday was just green, not by much. But a negative month, it's been a while. Like years. I've had a couple of red weeks, however, in the last 12 months. But shitty trades that got away from me. And it happens, and you learn from them. Or you don't, and then you don't get to do this for very long. Yeah. Thanks, Yellow. Skate, it's just, it's not. I'm obviously streaming live. Like, I don't hide. People know who I am on Twitter and on Facebook, and that's not something I'm willing to disclose. I mean, I have friends that follow this. I have, family members that watch this. It's not something that needs to be talked about, so. What you need to be focused on is making good trades. I don't care if you make $1 or you make $100 or you make $100,000. It doesn't matter. Just focus on making good trades, and I don't like to risk too much at one time. Yeah. Well, and Callie, I mean, even more than percentage is entry and exit. Just picking good entries and exits. Thanks, Mac. Yeah, exactly. Regular barbecue guy. Man, I don't know. Right now you can kind of see this inverse head and shoulders forming that has formed on the 1 minute. I was thinking Roku, downside all day yesterday, and it took forever. But now it looks to me like potentially, I think long-term Roku downside. We talked about that. last night in depth. Short term, I don't know. It is under the 34. It's under VWAP. If it breaks this 156.98, then maybe you get some continuation to the downside. Let's see. Yeah, I can look at REGN. What helped you with your entry and exit? Your entry and exit MR. Entry and exit MR. What is, if you're asking like when I enter or exit and why, typically it's charts, again, long-term support and resistance, and some pattern recognition, just kind of staring at charts and volume, and looking at the market as a whole to kind of get a sense of, all right, if SPY, it bounced here, coming up on this trend line that I had drawn yesterday. Is it going to reject that? There's a chance. If it gets through to the top, you might see some more upside. Just kind of looking at drawing, I like drawing longer term areas of support and resistance and trying to play off that. Now we're going to pull back here again on Twilio. Just stare at charts, and the more you do that, the better feel you'll get, like looking at something and making some sort of thesis on which direction something's going to go and why, and trying to understand that. Like, when you're wrong, why were you wrong? How, what is it that told you, like, what did that ticker do? What happened on the chart that told you were wrong? And you should know that going into the trade. Like, okay, if it gets here, then I know I'm wrong and I'm out. If it gets over here, then I know I'm right. And here's where I'm going to look to see if there's resistance to take profit. Go into it with some sort of plan. Yep, no problem. REGN. Okay, Splunk is continuing to push here. And actually, PRNC Mel, this learn how to draw fibs, learn how to draw trend lines, try to find patterns in movement. This daily chart on Splunk, this area down here around 110 has consistently held. So there's a, key area, long-term support there. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, is where has the, over the life of the ticker, where have those key areas of support or resistance existed? We're coming up, Splunk is coming up here on, let's see, all-time high is 143.70. So I'll be, eyeing that as a possible area. But, anything in here really up to about 137. So you see, it broke through that, got all the way up here, 139.44. Which is, damn close to the top up here. So not surprising that it pulled back 139.47. So not surprising that it pulled back right there. You can also kind of see this, you know, if I was to draw a parallel channel and get a sense of, and actually there's a fib. Where is that? There's a fib, time-based fib. That's very interesting. No, this is what I want. And sometimes I'll look at stuff like this and say, okay, you know, how does it line up over time? What are these channels that it likes to follow? What's the trend look like? And you can see how those line up with the moves, right? You can see that. So just look for patterns and how something moves. And it'll give you a sense of maybe what the ticker can do. Mac, maybe. Honestly, I'm not sure yet. I don't know what our plan is for the weekend. I'm usually on at some point over the weekend. Something is stuck in a sideways pattern. When to call it quits and take the break even. And barbecue guy, like, that's tough, right? I mean, you see yesterday it was tough for me as well. Especially when, you know, the whole market, we saw a couple times yesterday where the whole market just kind of paused when SPY was at certain areas, kind of like it is right now, coming up on VWAP. You know, it's above this 200. You know, and when that sort of thing happens, you got the 200, you got the 80 MA right here, you got VWAP just above, that trend line from yesterday just above. It's like everything kind of just like goes on a slight, like, all right, hold here and let's see what happens. And stuff goes sideways and you get, you know, those ups and downs. A lot of that is right now because of the lack of volatility in the market. You know, the VIX being very, very low. And a lot of that is seasonality. So it's like, you know, we just got to kind of wait and see what's going to happen. When you have more volatility in the market, you see more follow through on patterns and trend lines and things like that. You see more of that when there's more volatility in the market. When it's low volatility, you see these low volume like drips that aren't really, you know, a lot of times they're going against, you know, what the ticker does and how it acts on longer term. It just doesn't move the way that it should. So it makes it more difficult. When the volatility comes back, you'll get more moves off of like expected levels. And it makes it tough, definitely on short term, like weekly contracts into Friday. When the market has the volatility in it, you would see this move and you'd get a bigger bounce here. Now we're coming up on the 786 at 136.72. We got a pivot. Let's see, 136. Let's see what we got. We got a Woody pivot at 136.07 and then 138.20 R3. 136.07. So we're above that. Let's look at the 5-minute. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't know where Teresa was getting that pivot, but I'm not seeing it. She had called one out at like 136.51 or something. But yeah, market may be slow next week too. And that's what concerns me about getting into anything this week or even next week, is their market may be slow next week. And when there's not a lot of volume, it's easier to get these low volume, drips or even low volume increases and then these big drops, like, within a couple of candles. And so that definitely makes it difficult. But I do like to go into, if I'm going to trade something, it's like, I think there's a little less risk in trading stuff that, just like Splunk just released and they did well. So that, there's a little more confidence in stuff that, okay, it had news today and, upgrades and they just reported, but you still need the volume to move it. So like ZM, I want to see it get above 73 and hold to be interesting. Splunk, get a little move here, but I want it back above this 786 extension. And then you could play it like back above 786. You could kind of play that area, looking for support at, 136.40-ish. But it's just slow. YOLO, yes you can. Yes you can. Which is kind of cool. And actually, Black Box now, and I can't remember who I was talking to, and I want them to come back on the stream, and when they do, we'll talk about it. But Black Box now, I'm getting emails of the alerts and the flow data and the dark pool data, which I want to figure out how to correlate and sort. Thanks for the follow, Carl. Welcome. Disney's actually looking pretty good too. Let's see, high day 148.49 on Disney. Wouldn't surprise me to see Disney go back and test 150 today. Not a horrible lotto ticket for 6 cents. but again, the volume's got to come in with some momentum. But it's going to go back and try high a day. Another one, if you draw, let's see, yesterday's impulse low to the high. Let's see where we're at. Doesn't line up as well. You can see this rejection near 786, pulled down below the 382 extension. And now moving back up. If you're just looking at, let's see, today's action, you could look at something like this perhaps. Which is another one that kind of bounced right here off 786. It rejected, then pushed through, came back, tested it, and now back up over 618. So, could potentially try that. Looking for, 148 to hold. I mean, the 148s are 50 cents. Only carrying about 30 cents a premium. Not too bad. But it would need an afternoon run, I think. And just not a ton of volume. But, if you get a pop late in the day, I don't think it's going to get to 150. It might. But if you got a pop later in the day, those could see some juice. Maybe the 149s for, 16 cents. If it starts pushing towards, it'd have to start pushing towards 149. You get over 148.50 in the next couple of minutes, the next maybe 30 minutes, and those will probably see some action. But if it just kind of flutters around here, they're going to decay pretty fast as well, which is the concern on a Friday. We get some headline, market pullback, and all of a sudden those contracts are toast. So just be careful with that. Kind of like those 149s though for 17 cents. Might try a couple of those. Small position. Looking for this 786 extension at 148.11 to hold. And I think you could even, like I said, try the 148s. Only have 30 cents a premium, whereas the 149, you're paying 80, 90, 97 cents. So if I was going to try anything, probably the 148s. You just have to get out quicker if it pulls back on you. That's my thought. I'm trying it. Disney extension again. Yeah, give me a second because I'm in it at the moment. Need to go see what it does up here near high a day. 148.49. We're at 148.35. Keep an eye on Disney here near high day. It's only about 10 cents away. Another one that bounced very nicely off the 618 extension. And getting a little bit of momentum to the upside. I bought the 148s for this week. But looking for that 786 extension to hold at 148.11. For anyone looking at Disney. There is some 1129 150s coming in, small sweeps for next week. Bobby, I got in this week's. I wouldn't buy them right here near high a day. I picked it up right off this 786, slightly green at the moment. Well, they're about 18%. But at this point, nearing high a day, it's got to go try, I think. We'll see. But it may get a pullback off high a day. So I don't know that I would be buying it this close. Now Twilio's getting a pop. Go, Twilio. Let's get back up there, moving in the right direction. Tesla, what are you going to do? I think potentially downside on Tesla. At least back to this 332. We'll see if it gets out of this channel that it's in. I would not be surprised to see Tesla under 330 at the end of the day, but it's Tesla. So it also wouldn't surprise me to see it at, up here at 335. But this is the Tesla channel at the moment. For the last couple minutes at least. Now, let's see if Disney can hold this 9 EMA, which I'm actually going to cheat. I like the 8 better. I use we'll leave it for now. But let's see if Tesla can pull back to that and hold. If it pulls back to this and holds, probably going to see some more upside. You're in Disney 148s. CFAB, that's what I'm in at the moment as well. All right, ZM, let's go back for 73. Let's go back for 73. ZM gets over 73 and this thing has a ton of room to the upside long term. Not this week, but little bit of, I like this move. The market cooperates. Right now above the 34, bounced off VWAP, bounced off the 34. Now we're going back up here to test 73. If it gets through 73, then you look to 73 to hold as support. And those 73.50s, if we get above 73, I'll get out of what I have left, or use that as support. Still a lot of time left in the day, though. All right, let's see if another 30 minutes has helped those Splunks to come down in price at all. Not really. Although the 136s at $1.65, not too bad. 50 cents in premium. Whereas the 137s are right at $1. Well, the 136s just went up a little bit. And there's about a 20-cent spread on those, whereas the 137s, well, now 10 cents. It was a nickel. So that's the only thing, is towards the end of the day, they're going to get real cheap, but if it gets above VWAP here, it could be very interesting. Those 136s are moving fast. Another headline. See what that's going to do. Just got another Huawei headline. FCC Huawei. These fucking headlines are just annoying. Because now everybody's going to, okay, now what are we going to do? Now we're below the 34. Another headline saying Bridgewater did not take $1 million put. Okay, so my camera just died, guys. I forgot to charge it last night. So I'm gonna have to go off camera for a little bit and let that charge. So I'll replace the camera image with something that just says that I'm here or not. And that my camera's dead. So let's see, after that headline, Splunk, very little reaction. Now above VWAP. Looking to form a cup here on the 1 minute. we get up here to this 137.90, you may see a little pullback. Maybe right around 138 from this 137.30 area that it's in now. So keep an eye on that. I am in small position 137, playing VWAP right here with the 8 EMA just underneath it. Looking for this cup to form. And I'm up 20% on Disney, so I'm going to take a little bit of that off, I think. High day, sweet. So I am in Splunk 137s for this week, but I'm going to play those pretty tight. Let's go, Disney. Go break high a day. All right, so let's see what we got here. Now I'd like to see kind of this. It needs to get above fucking 73. Not going to look at Tesla at the moment. There we go, Disney. HO motherfucking D. Let's get above that 148.53. And ZM now above the 34. Let's see if we can get that $73 break. And Disney hopefully will hold above the 34 here and let you ride it a little bit. ZM pushing down from 73 there at the moment. Let's see if Splunk can go get 137 or 138. J-Bug, I got in Splunk. I would not be buying it right here. I got it right at this break of VWAP. Now, if it comes back and tests VWAP and it looks like that's going to hold, you could give it a shot. Otherwise, you might get a pullback all the way to the 34. But we got this cup here that has formed. Now you might get a handle, so you might get a little pullback here. But if the 34 holds, or this 8 EMA holds, then we may continue, you know, that upward move. Anki, what's up? Good morning. Welcome back. So Disney testing the 34 right now from a little pullback off high a day. I'm now out about half a Disney, up about 15%, just Okay, keep an eye on BIIB. Just had news that they settled a patent case. Look at that thing move. Whew. Don't chase Roman candles. But this motherfucker could move. Look where it's hit resistance, where previous resistance was before that big drop. So not surprising to see that resistance at 300. And I would guess there is a lot of juice on those contracts at the moment. Crazy wide spreads. Crazy wide. And the kind of shit that gets you hurt if you're not very, very careful. Got to be super, super careful with something like that. I don't, look at that pullback. Yeah, this has been right where it's at, this 300 area. A lot of consolidation, a lot of support and resistance at that level. So keep that in mind. I don't want to see anybody get hurt on something like that. And now Twilio back at the 34 after almost hitting 104 and then rejected. And there's Roku popping, 158. 290, 250, 297, 50s. Oh, on BIIB, yeah. Guessing that's what you're talking about. Yeah, you gotta, this thing is taking some crazy, crazy swings. The only thing that's not, what's weird is the 312.50s are pricing significantly higher than the 302.50s. There's like those 302.50s, if you were gonna be, it's super risky. I wouldn't do it, but it's weird. The 300s are $1, the 302.50s are 55 cents, and the 305s have an ask of 75 cents, which is kind of strange. That the 305s, the 307.50s, and the 310s, and the 312.50s are all more expensive than the 302.50s. Which is really, really strange. Down 600% in 1 minute. Yeah. Those kinds of moves, you can play them, you just can't chase them. You got to be really patient when you're looking for an entry. And there goes Disney. Repeater bullish on Disney. And I'm up 50%. on those 148s. Yeah, Jim, I'm listening. I mean, I was already in, so they're a little behind. So, you know, those came in right here on this break a high a day. So now you can use high a day as, you know, support that you'd want to see hold. And Splunk is now over 138, 138.05. So let's see if you get any kind of continuation here on this move. And I'm actually going to get out of a third of the Splunk here. They're up about 30%. In case we get a pull back to the 34. Baba is call of the day. Yeah, I'm still afraid of Baba. Headline risk. Just scares me. You could still certainly play it. Roku's still popping. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining, Mel Stone. And Melstone, I am here. My camera is dead because I didn't charge it last night. Oops. Forgot to flip the switch. Our NTLA calls are up about 30%. That was a swing. And SPLK looking like a cup and handle here on the 1 minute. Let's see what happens. May get a pullback here. Let's see. What did CFAB? JBug NTLA is the one that I just mentioned, but I am currently sitting in Splunk calls, which I posted in my room. Still in some ZM. See what it's going to do the rest of the day. Still holding WWE and Twilio and Disney. If Disney breaks, now it's back at what was previously or near previous, high day. We did get some call sweeps that came in for next week, so let's see what happens with it. And guys, I have got to go get some water. Took a shit after it hit. Well, JBug, we could go back, to the longer term Twilio chart, and you get a sense here of what we're up against with Twilio. Like, it has rejected this 89 EMA, several times, which is all the way up here at 105.31. This is on a 4-hour chart. Previous resistance, previous resistance, previous resistance. So it's fighting right now. At this point, this 102.60-ish area needs to hold for it to have a chance to continue to the upside. But, the trend today, 30-minute, well, actually since Wednesday, down, down, down. But looking for this area right here to hold as support. You've also got 103.55 resistance from the 19th, 3 days ago. Right there. So this is what you're dealing with. But now we're putting in a couple of higher lows. So let's give it a little more space and see what it does. Disney, pop, ZM pullback under the 34 now, which I don't like, but still kind of just consolidating. See what happens. You can kind of see this trend line from the day looking something like this. At the moment. Maybe even, you could also see it like that. But this is kind of what we're looking at. Yep, no problem. All right. BIIB took that big run up and gave just about everything back. But look how fast this thing moves. I mean, it is crazy how quickly it moves. Those 300s are actually semi-reasonable at the moment. I'm not going to tell anybody to jump in that, but now you've had the pullback to VWAP, which is currently holding. Don't know if it will continue to hold, but at least you got a pullback and you weren't buying up here. I don't know enough about these guys, about BIIB, to make an educated guess as to, what this patent news means for them. Kern, which I talked a little bit about last night, looking decent today, but just know it's kind of a piece of shit overall the way that it moves. Doesn't have the buzz or the visibility yet that I think it needs before it does anything, if it ever does anything. Another little pop there on Splunk. Going back to Disney. Currently holding that support level and above the 34. See what she's going to do. A lot of calls hit the bid for today's expiration, 290 and 295. Thank you, Melstone. I mean, I can't mess with it. Like I said, I don't know anything about it. Did they hit, Melstone, did they hit on that news or earlier? Disney 12/20 155s. Okay. Let's go back and test 150 today. That'll be fun. Come on, Zoom. Get over 73, please. And then we can make a little run. All right. And Disney kind of on this. Let's see if we can get, if anything lines up here on the trend line for Disney. Looks kind of like that on the 1 minute right there. Broke below it. Did use support, but now it's below that trend line just a little bit. You know, you could kind of something like that. Double top-ish, though. That a little concerning. All right, Zoom. Going for 73. Can we break it? Are we going to get above 73? All right, Disney, I'm up about 35%. My only concern here is that it did break below this trend line a little bit, but it put in a higher low. I don't know. I think it's a little more risky here now, but you've got this 148.50 just a 10 cents below that. You could kind of use that as the oh shit line if you're in weeklies. Now, if you're out longer dated, you could give it a little more room. Melstone, that was after the news. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So there's a lot of people selling calls after that news, which strikes the 299s and 295s. 290 and 295s. That's interesting. I wonder why they would be hitting the bid on those. Well, it did make, let's see, but that was after ER, this jump. Huh. That is quite strange to me, but maybe those were people that bought down here at 226, bought commons or something and said, you know what, I'm going to sell calls against this. If it gets called away at 290, that's cool. I'm fine with it. I don't know. Ponytail pump on Alley. 22 calls. 32 calls. Gotcha. Probably got up here and they were like, okay, I'm good. Get me out. In case this thing takes another big drop. I mean, you saw this drop that it took, right? So anybody that bought in here, you would have thought they would have already. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. Strange. I say it's strange, but if it drops another, you know, I don't know. It was holding that 291 as support before this. I don't know what they sold the 290s for though, so maybe they made some nice profit on them. All right, Splunk, you gonna hold this level, or are we gonna pull back more? There'll be January 20 calls. All right, Roku. Roku had an interesting spot here. Third rejection, 158.66-ish, but above the 34 at the moment. That was also resistance yesterday a few times. So let's see what Roku decides to do with that. And there's Disney below that 148.53. DM pulled back a little too. What about SPY? Well, pull back and then another candle to the upside. 310.75. UVXY drifting down, but also at support down here. Potentially this 1620-ish. CFAB double bottom bounce from first high day. That's what I was watching. Wherever I put the Disney chart. Kind of what I was watching here. We'll see. I mean, it did drop down below. Let's see. You got first HOD right about there. 148. 148.50-ish, 148.49, something like that. So possibly, you know, it did pierce that, but just barely. So maybe just a little pullback here to consolidate. You know, if you kind of shrink that down, it's flagging at the moment. So I guess Roku just popped upside. Yep. Again, I'm not touching Roku up here, so. But shit, that could be 170 by the end of the day. Who knows? A lot of volume coming into it too. But I can't do it. I can't do it. Nice on Splunk. All right. Twilio, finally. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, that's what I was playing, Bobby. Was this cup right here. Got a little pullback to be expected. Still above the 34. But yeah, that's cup and handle right there. Now it's got to get above. Let's see if we can get above this. You know, kind of 138.50. And then I think it'll see some continuation. But yeah, that's what I'm playing. And until ZM breaks above 73, it ain't going anywhere. Big resistance, 138.93. Yeah. Potentially. I mean, this, you know, we're not too far off here. You know, 52-week high is 143.70. So now Splunk, I'm seeing a little decay in these 137s. They're up about 40%. Now we're getting a little pullback, and that dropped those 10%. That little candle equated to 10% of the contract. So keep that in mind. So I mean, it still looks really good to me, but yeah, I'm up about 40%. I'm going to take a little more off the table. That filled at 156. Now I'm going to keep what I got and see if this pattern plays out. All right, let's go back. What's ZM doing? 72.97, still trying for 73. Which I think will get it, but as long as the market is participating, I like it. Roku going for 160. Twilio needs to get back over 104. High Day Disney, sweet. There we go. So that flagging right there, playing out. And looking good. Yeah, I should probably go test. May go back and test 150. And I think ZM is gonna get 73, but we shall see. There's 73. Now give us a pop. Preferably with a little volume behind it. Let's give us a flat top breakout right here. Disney, gorgeous. Beautiful. Indicative borrow rate increases. Don't know. I would assume Barbecue guy, I can't give you a good answer. I see those all the time. Usually when I see borrow rate, I think short interest or margin interest rates or something. But I don't know. Only thing is I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm watching it. Staring at Disney right here. For sure. Want to see if it gets back above this trend line, but it looks like I said, I wouldn't be surprised for it to go back and try for 150 today. I mean, I did go on Blackbox main chat and talked about it at this trend line as it was approaching high a day. So hopefully some people played it over there as well. And still watching ZM here for this. See if this ascending wedge here, flat top, see if we can get a breakout of 73. This 73 is acting very, very tough at the moment. It's going to take a push to get through there, but I think we're going to get it. Splunk had a nice little move there up to this 138.93, which was pretty close. Let's see, 138.89, kind of coming into the bottom of this consolidation support right here. Likely to go back and test high day. We'll see if it rejects here or if it keeps going. ZM 73. Let's go, ZM. Teresa, blow ZM some kisses. Oh. Maria, can you throw Hershey kisses? Does that mean upside? Oh, okay, okay. Well, there's the ZM chart that I'm looking at, flat top, right there at $73. That's what I'm watching. Twilio 104s. What's Twilio doing? Yeah, getting better. Getting better. This support held for now. Looking much better now. Cup on the 1 minute. Yeah. Whew, that was scary too. I'm not gonna lie. Where are those at now? Well, a lot better than they were this morning, that's for damn sure. You still got, I think it still needs to get, to confirm this move, it's still got to get 105 because it may just come up here to this like 104.40 and reject, but sitting right on the 34. Yeah, I think 105 or 150 has a chance. I don't know where it's at now. Let's see. 149.22. Yeah. The 73 is just relentless at the moment. I need to go look at level 2. Plus 500 on the tick at the moment. $150s for 9 cents. Nice. I got in the 148s, but well done on the 150s. I was looking at those 150s. I was eyeing them. In fact, I called it out at I said they're like 6 cents. But I ended up playing closer to the money. But I definitely had my eyes on those. Come on, ZM. Yep, they were cheap as shit. I got bid support 72.94 on ZM. Not really anything on the ask. I mean, it's pretty thin at the moment. $200 shares, 300 shares at $72.99. Now 200 at 73. We get through 73. We got 600. About 1,100 shares up to 73.05. But every time we get to 72.99, there's some selling that comes in. They're trying to keep it under 72.99. And I see now 72.85. There's 1,200 shares on the bid. Some more came in on the ask, couple hundred. All right. That was interesting. Those shares at 73 just went away. So now there's an ask. I'm seeing 73.02. Oh no, okay. They're back. Red Evil Trader, welcome. Yeah, the 73s are tough. Every time, like, a couple hundred shares get bought up, there's a couple more hundred shares that get listed on the ask at 73. Very, very interesting. Disney now 149.52. Very nice. All right, Splunk pulling back here a little bit. I mean, I'm seeing shares getting bought up at 73, but like I said, every time they get bought up, there's a few more that come in. Down to about 400 shares at the moment sitting there. $200 now. Bids increasing at 72.97. God, still the same thing every time. I mean, that was 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900 shares at 73. And now there's 500 more. People just need to move out of the damn way. Twilio cranking. Nice. I don't know what's this is really weird here. That 73. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Twilio over 140. Or 104, rather. Looks like we're getting some help, too, here from SPY. Now pulling back just a little bit. There's a pullback on Disney, 149.16. Let it breathe a little bit. See if it's going to come all the way down to this 1272. Potentially right in here. Bounce 149.05. Yeah. Took some of the profits from those 148s and just a small position in the 150s in case this continues. But it's looking good. I haven't cut the 148s yet. I mean, you guys heard me sell some of them earlier. So just rolling that into the 150s. And there goes Disney. Looking very strong. ZM still just in this same damn spot. Look at Splunk, 139. 139.20. Nice. Very nice. Who's calling me? John Doe. I don't know a John Doe. Splunk now up 120% on those 137s. Another beautiful Friday. All right, ZM, let's pop. Just cannot get over that. Shenanigans. I call shenanigans. I'm done looking at AMD at the moment, but back over 39 from like 38 or so yesterday, 38.50. right, Disney, what you gonna do? All right, let me go look at, let's see what's going on with SPY here. Still looking pretty good. Oh, Twilio, you son of a bitch. More downside for Disney, you think, coming? Maybe. Let's go back and look. Yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, that was a nice run. So maybe 34. You got the 34, and you got this. The 1272 is at 148.98. So those are the areas that I would want to see hold. But yeah, I can see what you're looking at, like this. Okay. Now we didn't pull back and then go make a new high. So now it's taking a breather. Maybe it's done for today. It got really close to 150. So we'll see. Yeah, but I mean, I agree with you, Bobby. Like, I definitely think there's a little more risk here now, but that's why I rolled out of the 148s and into the 150s to claim that profit. The 150s are cheap. Picked up a small position. If they go to zero, it's not going to matter. Yeah. Yep. Readable Trader. Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, Readable. Just hang out for a few minutes. I mean, I'm sure within the next couple minutes I will be drawing some more. In fact, we can draw some on, I mean, I've already drawn these on Disney, but essentially, any time frame, you can use fibs. But what you want to do is kind of look from impulse low to impulse high. So, this run today, I use the fib extension tool, and I go, okay, from the open, where did we pull back to? What was the low? Okay, that was here, right? And then where did we run from there? Where did we run? Well, the first top was there. So you might look at that and you come right back to the low. So from the low to the high is what I look at. And you can see came all the way back to the 2.6 right here. Bounced. Came up, made it through 618, bounced. Came up, almost came back and tested 786 before it bounced. 34 EMA. Now you're up here at the 1272. It pushed through 141 before pulling back. So there's the first move. You could then see what it looks like drawing it from here on this second move up after the pullback. So, okay, well, this was the kind of the next move, and you can see pushed up, came back, tested 618, pushed through 786 extension, but that's it. I mean, you really just go, and you can do it on any time frame, but you know, you're looking for, okay, where was the impulse low, where was the impulse high, and that's what you use. Now you've got this huge cup here from yesterday, from the 19th, no, from Tuesday or Wednesday, Tuesday. This huge cup that is formed here on the 1 minute. So you could see this little pullback here as the start of the handle for this much larger cup. You can see that right there. You know, that 149.45, 46-ish, you know, being previous resistance. Now, if you draw, you know, fibs here on the 5 minute, you could look from, you know, down here. I would probably look to here to draw them. Then up to the top and back down. And there you go. Rejected 786, pulled back a little bit, got through it. Now you'd look for, you know, 148.81. If it does pull back, you'd want to see that hold before potentially, you know. Sure, no problem. ZM still struggling at 72.99, but holding strong at the moment. Yeah, no problem. And Red Evil Trader, you know, I like to start with them like on the longer time frames and try to get a sense. Now when something's making a quick move, but yeah, I like to start with them with a bigger like field of view. So when someone asks me to look at a chart, the first thing that I do is, you know, zoom out to a lot of times, depending on how long the ticker's been, there we go, come on, how long the ticker's been around, you know, I might start with a weekly or a monthly and see what it looks like. And then, you know, if that doesn't give me a clear picture, then I just kind of start to bring it back. I'll go to a daily, then I might go to like a 4 hour, then a 2 hour, and just get a sense of where it's at and what it's doing. You can see these fibs that I drew on Splunk here on the 1 minute, just from this run, this pop this morning, from the bottom of that to the top of this pop and back. And you can see it came back, tested 786, threw it to the 618 right here before taking off again. And I posted this chart in Blackbox main chat and said that this is what I saw happening, and it has played out. Now we're getting to an area where you know, this thing has run quite a bit today. We're up about what, 1350 on the day. So how much gas does it have left in the tank before we get some profit taking? right up here near, I mean, it is $3 away from all-time highs up here. So bound to be some resistance coming into 140, 141, 142. So some tickers are more reactive. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I draw them. Like, you know, when you're playing like a Roku or something like that, it can be very interesting. But tickers that have like, you know, a lot of volume and a longer history typically will react better to those areas. But those are key areas that like everybody's looking at, right? There's the pop on ZM, 73.26. Let's go ZM. All right, Splunk now up 180% on those 137s. I don't want to overstay my welcome. Or I don't know what I said, but 137s, 181%. Take this back down to 1 minute. Yeah, not surprising that we're getting that pullback here. I'm going to take my 170 some odd percent. I still have commons in this, but damn, what a run. I am out. And that was $1.15 to, I mean, this thing could run to 142, 143. I'm still in commons, but I'm going to have to step away for a minute, so I'm just going to take it off the table. That was $1.15 to $3, which is now 330 by 360. So they can keep running. Actually, 315. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they put a 150 price target on it, so it wouldn't surprise me if it keeps running. All right, so if you were here today, you potentially made 500% or 400% or 300% on ZM this morning. That one worked out really, really nicely. Over 100% on Disney, over 100% on Splunk. We didn't get 1,000% on anything yet. Not to say we will. In fact, probably not, because I probably would have gotten it already, but we'll see. I'm up 105% on LK calls today. Beautiful. So now we can draw, let's see what the next, not that tool. To where we are now. Something like that. Itch Witch Glitch. Yeah, they're doing a Black Friday deal on annual subscriptions. So it's like 33% off the normal rate if you, I think you, they actually, there's like a holiday gift card that you buy. Itch Witch Glitch. I will get you the information. Are you in my Discord? This one? If you're not, pop in there and we'll get you hooked up. Disney flag pull back again. See if that can continue. God, that was a nice pop on ZM. Let's see what it's going to do now. I'm a little, like, it popped through that 73 pretty hard. So let's see what she does now. All in all, very, very nice Friday. Very nice. Need to go look at this LK real quick. See what's going on here. 29.66. Also, nice move. So, again, we can look at the fibs. Let's see what this says. So if we go from impulse low to high, let's see if we see anything. Oh, look, it's right at the 618 extension. Bounced off 382 through the 618 and now holding that as support, which also is VWAP. So Itch Witch Glitch, what's your Discord? Which one are you there? Shoot me a DM or something so I know who you are if you don't want to type it in. Kimmer, what's up? What do I think of Twitter? I'd have to go look at the chart. Is it still under 30? Yeah, but before the alert, what happened? I was in here talking to you guys about it. Just just saying. That's okay. No worries. But I did get in it, but I came in here and posted the chart and said it was going for high a day, and as soon as it broke high a day, we got those two alerts. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Absolutely. Um, Kimmer, give me just a minute, and we will go take a look at that. Kimmer, same Kimmer? Same Kimmer I know? Curious. Cool. Haven't seen you in a while. Well, I guess I haven't talked to you in a while. I play the stocks, babylicious. Oh, that's funny. And Splunk now 141 almost and going. Oh, it's all good, Kimmer. I didn't mind. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. All right, let's look at. Ooh. Well, still under 30. I want to see it over 30. You know, I like Twitter for sure long term. I don't know what leaps cost, but you know, you could look. I mean, this gap was brutal, right? That drop was brutal. I mean, really, you know, you could see on the daily maybe it's starting to turn around. You know, it does seem that this, you know, 2880 area, bottom for now. Also support back here in April. Resistance. Probably right up in here. And this is the problem. You can see that little spike it took on the bounce, pulled back. And it has not broken that, you know, 3044. It has not been able to get through that yet. I'd like to see it above that. But, you know, if leaps are cheap enough, you might look at that. Could also look at like if we look at this move, this drop here. Yeah. Leap would be something out of the money Way long dated if it's cheap enough. Another pop on ZM. See if we're going to continue. Disney's still looking pretty good. Little pop on Tesla there. Pop on BA. BA coming up to this 370, 369.15 or so. Yeah, I can look at that. And that, definitely some more volume there. All right, now Splunk back at the 34. Now let's see if we're going to get a pullback here. Like 139.34 would be 786 extension. See if it's going to make it back to that. Little pop on that. Or on LK. Nat. Dude. JK Con, what do you want me to look at here? I don't typically mess with these tickers that are, you know, $3-4. Been stuck down here, you know, since like January 2018. It gets a little pop. I have no idea what's going on with this thing. I don't know anything about this stock or the ticker. So I don't know what you're looking for or what you want me to look at. But, you know, if you want to look at this move today, I don't play this stuff. Very, very rarely. Like, this to me is not real interesting. I mean, you could see, I guess, like it getting through this, you know, whatever this is here at 360. I mean, this is why I don't play this stuff, right? Because it's like it makes this quick move through everything, then back down through, back, you know, it's like this zigzag. And I don't really trust support and resistance on a $3 or $4 stock like this that I don't know anything about. So it's, you know, it's hard for me to look at this seriously when this is what I see. I mean, the only thing I can say is here on the daily, it came down to what, the 34 EMA there on the daily and seemed to bounce off that. Yeah, I don't know. So JCon, sorry, I can't give you more. I mean, you can look at the chart and see where, you know, okay, it gapped down. Now it's moved up. It filled that gap, you know, right in here. But I don't know what's driving this. I have no idea. You know, JCon maybe, but I don't usually recommend that newer traders trade this kind of stuff. I don't. Some people are really good at it, but Look at that big old drop on ZM. I'm wondering. I mean, to me, it looked like on level 2, you know, if I didn't know any better, I would say it looked like somebody either shorting it, dumping a big position, or potentially delusion or something like that. Like that 73, getting those 100 shares over and over again was interesting. But I mean, now we're right back to the same spot. So this could be stop loss trigger. It could be, you know, sell the news. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Keep in mind also ZM, low float, high short percentage. So this kind of stuff happens. Okay, we got some news. That's the SPY drop. Probably going to bounce back up. The headline was nothing that I think is going to, just ridiculous. Another headline that basically says if there is no trade deal, additional tariffs are scheduled to go into effect. Like it's more of the back and forth bullshit. I mean, that was this drop that you saw kind of across the board. Disney did not take much of a drop. I mean, there's a red candle there, but it, didn't really participate much in that action. Nor did BA. No, it didn't really, CFAB. Facebook is dropping from what I hear. I don't know if that's any different than, the drops that we're getting everywhere else or not. Or if it's, just participating with the SPY drop. That will likely bounce like it has been. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe since it's Friday, they'll give up, and they're not going to buy it back up today. It is lunchtime still. They're not quite back from lunch, so. Oh no, CFAB. She was asking for a red-green check. They were joking, I think, about this red-green check voting on a Phase 1 China deal that happens this year. Yep. PB, don't say that, or we're gonna start sending you to the basement like that old beer commercial. Football team's losing. PB, go to the basement. And BA still holding strong. Red Evil, did you or Twitch Twitch glitch? Did you DM me? I don't see anything. But lunchtime would be the next few minutes. Be a good time to get that for you. I know. Sorry about that. Twitch glitch. ITG. Speaking of, what's our IGT doing today? Ooh, it's up 6 cents. Nothing. Cat 144. Sheesh. Twilio on the uptrend for the day. Yay. I'm still concerned a bit. Got BA 369.15 and high a day. 369.20 was HOD. What the hell's going on with BA? 42 minutes ago, there was a headline, their top communications official to retire elected to step down from her role and would retire next year, the world's largest playmate, blah, 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 blah. Apparently that's good news for BA. BA is high a day. There was a headline 40-some minutes ago. I don't know if you guys saw that, but and actually it looks like the headline first came out 2 hours ago. That was their top communications official to retire as the crisis drags on. and now it's popping. Yeah. Yep. right, Disney, decent pullback there. SPY that's interesting right there. IXIC, and Zoom back to 72.99 after that drop. I'm gonna go on mute for just. Oops, sorry. Yeah, Bobby, there's I mean, I'm seeing SPY drop a little bit here. It's not totally surprised. You saw ZM take this drop from 73.50 down here back to 73. Actually under that. And if this continues, if we don't get any help from the market, watch any calls that you have that might expire today. If you're green on them, watch them close. If this continues, it may be one of those days that just fades into the afternoon and we don't. No more inbound pops. But we'll see. Encipher, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for adding Twitch Prime there. All right, let's see what AbbVie does here at a very interesting spot. Very interesting. Oh, thanks, Encipher. Thank you. Thanks, CFAB, for that information. What did they lower the price target, or what happened there? Fucking BIIB back to $2.99. What is this, Bobby? Oh, Tesla. Gotcha. Oh, I see. Okay. Thanks, CFAB. Thanks for the info. Intez getting a little pop, I'm hearing. Some chatter. Start looking at if you have anything that expires today. Start looking at that. Because it's now 12 afternoon my time, 2 o'clock Eastern, and anything that you have that expires this week will definitely start to decay. And look at XOM. What did XOM do today? Why am I showing... Huh. 69. So XOM, that Still have a little bit of, but now it's, I might get out of that. Tesla downside. Yeah, I'll just close that. Played SPY this week and it expired midweek. Yes, they do that. Ended up with 100 shares and up $100, but was in margin. Thankfully, it turned out okay. I have had that happen. I accidentally picked up like 500 shares of SPY a couple of weeks ago. Thinking I bought a longer expiration. And I know that they have midweek expiration. And I still did it. So it can certainly happen. I mean, it worked out for me as well. I woke up being up quite a bit in them and was able to dump them the next morning in pre-market, dump the shares. Man, how did I miss the fact that LK was at 31, almost 31 this morning? How did I miss that? P. Mellon B did have a headline, but it's blowing my mind that it's moving on that. See if I got anything else. Not really. Sold Tesla, sweet. On the assignment, you were talking about contracts that were in the money. Yeah. No, I didn't write them. I bought calls that were in the money. That ended up in the money at the end of the day. And I actually had that happen on Apple, and it was weird because at the close, they weren't in the money, but there is a few minutes after the bell, and I don't know exactly what it is. It might be like 2 hours, but that they can still exercise you. And Apple popped after hours, and I ended up with 300 shares of Apple because I had 3 contracts left. That when the market closed, they were pretty much worthless. Or at the close, I mean, the last time I had looked at them, they were not in the money, and they ended up in. And that one worked out too. I was able to get up and sell those shares pre-market, and then Apple dropped the rest of the day. So it actually worked out really, really well. But I got kind of lucky on those. So if you know, close them out if there's a chance, and you don't want those shares. Disney right back here at the 34. Very interesting spot. Very interesting. I kind of like Disney right here for a shot off the 34. I don't know what the market's going to do this afternoon, but you know, if it's going to get any continuation, but if it was not, well, shit. Thanks for the follow, Rex. Welcome. And ZM back over 73, 73.11. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, there's your YOLO. The Disney 150s are now 7 cents. $7 if you want to buy that lottery ticket off the 34 EMA right there. If it breaks the 34 to the downside, they're going to very quickly go to zero. But, you know. All right, I'm going to take 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Rex, you invested 40% of your non-existent retirement account towards it. Now I can retire for a month. Perfect. Yeah, well, wish I could turn no investment into some investment. Vazu, you are an ally and entered for 75 cents. Now it's at $1.10. Think I should take profits and close or wait for some more time? Zoom's gonna go back and try for high day. Looks like it wants to go give it a shot. Let's see what we get. And I got out of LK. Not gonna hold those. What are we looking at? We're looking at Ally. Ally Financial. Well, it just broke the 34. Let's see what we've got. Kind of got this move here. Looks like started right about there to there. I would say ideally, I mean, it just broke the 34, but you want 31.81 to hold. And I don't know what the expiration is on those contracts. I don't know what the alert was, if they were today, and how much time you have on them. How much time do you have on those? Let's start with that. Yeah, I know the alert came in today. Okay, so you have those out to December? I mean, it was a nice move that it's made today, coming up into this, resistance, bouncing near that 200 on the daily. So that was a nice move. mean, you're up pretty nicely on them. Kind of head and shoulder-ish, maybe, depending on what happens. I don't typically play the banks. I've played Wells Fargo a couple times. Let's see what we get if we draw from here to here and back. I mean, right now it's still pushing up. I mean, it might be pulling back on like a 1 or a 5 minute. So I don't know, maybe, I like to start cutting or trimming back when I've got some nice gains. It's like, okay, I'm going to take a little profit. I don't know how many contracts you have, but it's never a bad idea to take profit. But you've got this support down here, $30 that it bounced off of a bunch of times. I could see another level of support right here around 31.50, 31.70. Where's it at now? 31.90. If it holds above, call it 31.70 today, you might swing them. Little resistance coming in 32.33. That 32 whole number may be difficult anyway, just because it's a whole number. But look to 32.33 or 32.25, maybe as a starting point, as potentially seeing some resistance. 15. Yeah, I mean, it never hurts to, take profit, trim back a little bit, and then, I like to see if I can pay off the position. So I'm riding for free. Like, I like to lock in gains if I'm going to swing something and I'm not sure, and you have gains on the table. It never hurts to lock some in. Look at a line. I mean, it's only $3 today, but it's been pretty steadily, moving up since the end of September. Actually, gap up there, and you're almost got a full cup here. You do on the 60-minute. Very nice. Vazu, thanks. Sounds like BA still popping. Yeah, line, wow. Very critical area for ALGN right there. BA still popping upside. Look at this, like 371. Twilio, a little more upside here. Nice. SPY moving up. I don't even want to look at BA to be honest, but just for fun. Wow. Crazy. That is BA for you. Tesla put, perfect. Nice. I am in Tesla puts. Where's Tesla at? $332. So let's look at 5 minute. God, what a drop. 20 some dollars. And BA is taking off 372. BA is a monster. Crazy. Monster up, monster down. That thing just goes nuts. Are you switching browser tabs when you're jumping between tickers? Yes, I am. In Cypher, I am. I've got all these open in different tabs. That's how I'm able to get through them, you know, so quick. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Let's go HODBA or ZM. That would be cool. Cap off the day. Wow. BA. Now getting Twilio 104, 104.12. Man, ZM, are you done today? Disney looks done. Tesla, maybe double bottom there at 332. We'll see. Might be double bottom. I mean, it could continue, but definitely some support there. Amazon popping. Sounds like. All right, I am done staring at Disney for now, but I do think it's still got a chance if it can, hover around that 34. BA, what are you gonna do? I mean, that was quite the push that it made right there. But she may be done coming into this resistance. Ooh. What was that? 30-cent drop on ZM. We getting a drop on SPY? A little bit, not big. Go look at level 2. What am I seeing on level 2? Oh, that was somebody dumping 84, 94, a little over 10,000 shares. There was 4,000 shares, 1,700, and then 8,400. So some profit taking is what it looks like right there. Thank you, no problem. Twilio getting a little pop. Still red on our 105s. Let's see. Yep. Still red on those. There's that bounce on Tesla. Bobby, you going to short it again if it gets back to 335? Okay. Well, here's to us. Let's hope we can get some continuation here, but still got some work ahead. Done and happy. Okay. Right on. Well done. Yeah. I got a little YOLO short left just in case gets a big drop at the end of the day here. We'll see. Still holding a little ZM. I need to go back and look at where Splunk's at. Splunk still holding up here at 139. Not bad at all. Just wanted to thank you real quick. Watching you work has had a significant impact on my green. You're awesome. Give me a PO box address. Simmons, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. Glad it's helping. $150%. Nice, Anki. That's awesome. That's awesome. Another fun Friday. Another fun Friday. I just tuned in and know it will help me. Awesome, Kimmer. Yeah, hang out. My first scalp with 150% gain. Anki, that's what's up. That's what's up. I love it. You want cheer? I don't know. Hold on. I don't know that I can do that on here. Yeah, I think the way that I have this set up, I'll try it. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if we can make that work. No guarantees. Let's see if you can hear this or not. There you go. New here, 2 options. Actually, it was down 75%, but then caught back up even. Is there set list of stocks that you prefer for options you trade, like the higher performing ones of the day? Hawk, yeah, mostly momentum and chart setups and things like that. I mean, today, played Zoom on the that Guggenheim upgrade. I've been watching and paying attention to Zoom for a while, so I kind of been waiting for something. But they finally came out and said the same thing that I've been saying for months. So I knew, like, and I actually posted it this morning that I was going to be in Zoom at the Open. And that's what I did. And then Splunk had great earnings, great guidance, answered a lot of questions that people had about their financials, and got a price target upgrade to 158. So I did hop in Splunk and actually played this move twice. Twilio, I'm in a little earlier than I want to be. To be honest, I kind of jumped the gun on this, but it was a chart setup that I was interested in. So, a little bit of everything. Play a lot of stuff that's, based on options flow. A lot of stuff that people bring into this room, and then we go look at the chart, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like this. Can you please review NVIDIA 210 call sweep? Yeah, I can. And NVIDIA I saw, had taken a little hit today, and I actually had an NVIDIA chart up. Let's go back and look at it, because I do like NVIDIA, and I like the upside potential here. Not a ton of room to the upside, but so what did they buy? They bought 210s out to December. I've had very good success with these later data call sweeps on Fridays. There's a lot of Friday afternoon call sweeps that I've played that have worked out really well. Let's see. Let's go look. So it didn't alert. NVIDIA flow. So 210 calls. They paid $90. I mean, it was $1 million sweep, right? And they're buying in the money. 210s. Above the ask. But it's literally, okay, let me look at, all right. So I see the big, and then there was 150,000, 170,000, 190,000, 81,000, 274,000. Yeah, a lot of action in those 210s. They started down at 870. Gosh, I don't know. Only because, the 52-week high is 214.55. And you're paying, $4 or so in premium, but there's a lot of time on them. I personally, am not buying a $900 contract that's that far above 52-week highs. That's just me. It certainly could work, but it's not for me. Now, I would consider playing something closer dated and hopefully closer to the money. If I could pick up something that wasn't too expensive, I'd be interested in it. But, I mean, the sweeps look good. No alert, no yellows, no purples, but quite a bit of money going into those sweeps. Yeah. I'd love to see a little run on ZM into the close. I don't know that we're going to get it, but, you know, again, there's quite a lot of the short ratio was pretty high on this. So I'd love to see some covering into the close, but I don't know that we'll get it. SWKS looks pretty damn good today. Let's see. Balance line. Sweet. We got 50 viewers live on Twitch. Awesome. And guys, usually for those of you that maybe have not been here before, usually my camera's on. I forgot to charge the batteries last night, so it's dead. 51. B-Box 1967. 51. On Twitch. And dude, we killed it today. Another awesome day. Awesome Friday. Red Evil Trader, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. So let's see, what did we have today in here? We had 100% on Splunk, over 100% on Splunk, 500% on ZM, over 100% on Disney. I feel like there was one other one. What am I missing? What else did we play? There was something else that we did really well on, but I can't remember what it was. And our Twilio coming back from the dead was a nice surprise today. Oh yeah, and Anki got 150% on BA. And I think Bobby owned Tesla shorts, Tesla puts more than once. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, it's the font, that monitor that I'm using for chat is pretty far away and the font's pretty small, so I mess those up sometimes. So sorry about that. I will call you Red Devil. The hell is that? Get out of there. All right, let's see what we're going to do with the last hour here, power hour, if we're going to go sideways or what. What are we going to do? To me, it looks like I see maybe if we can get a dip here on UVXY, you know, maybe we get a little run into the close. We'll see what happens. ZM needs to get its ass back above. Okay, we're above the 34. Let's stay there. And let's get some end of day cover action from the shorts. And there's a drop coming in on BIIB. We'll see. That was sad. Can you please look into Etsy for longer term swing? If you're not in trades, I certainly can. Thanks for the follow. Bartholomew, welcome. Yeah, I don't need to stare at this chart at the moment. I mean, Anki, you definitely can see some support down here. Before that, you know, where it messed around before that last run up. They did just report, which is drop here. Over right now, pushing up against this 200 MA. That's a 30-minute chart right there. What else we got? coming into, what I would expect to be, maybe some resistance into next week up here, 4240-ish. You want to see this level that it's at right here that was support. You want to see this hold and show you that it's not going to continue to the downside. If I look at, let's see what we see on the 1 hour chart. See what that looks like. Kind of double bottom-ish down here, perhaps. I mean, I like this area for, to hold as potential support. You want to see it hold. Yeah. I'm seeing the same thing. You might want to let it get. Let's look at 4 hour. How about above 44-ish? I mean, on the 2 hour chart, you are getting through. Let's see, is it above the 34 EMA? 4183? It is. It is. $42.98. Yeah, I think somewhere up here above 43 makes it real interesting. Bobby, later. Have a good weekend. See you next week. No. Anki, I got out of CMCSA. I am not in those any longer. But I've been sitting in these 3250 DISCA calls for what seems like forever, and they finally went green. Come on. Oh, sweet. Fidelity, you're gonna piss me off. God. You were very green on CMCSA, closing them for a scratch now. Yeah, I was in the same boat, and I think I closed them like, I don't know, 15% or something. I don't remember, but I did close them out. I think at the beginning of the week, maybe? Oh, Whaler. I'll have to go look at Adobe again, dude. But I love Adobe. But I can't remember. I remember 300 being key on the chart, but that's about all I can remember. Facebook's at 198. So the ZM 65s that I have for next week, I am going to trim that position a little bit, 40 cents to, where are we at? $71. Apparently, Fidelity is not wanting to work right. Keeps crashing. Sorry, guys, I'm just going through some positions here to see where I stand, if there's anything that I need to close out, anything I don't want to hold. So Twitter broke over 30. Nice. Very nice. All right. Yeah, sorry, Yankee. I was on mute, or not on mute, but I was going through some positions, just figuring out if there was anything that I needed to, keep an eye on here towards the end of the day. Let's go back and look at Twilio. I'm totally planning on swinging what I have. Yeah. Yep. For now, I am holding Twilio. All right, everything else that I have, I think I'm good with. Except for maybe SMPL that has lost a little value today. Let's go look at that. Meh. 25 cents on the day. Four-hour right here at the 200 MA. So for now, I'll hold it. Swinging target calls. Bender, can I get your thoughts on Tesla bounce? Dude, I can't call Tesla. Like that, presentation, breaking the window thing was a disaster, but Tesla is Tesla and it doesn't always act right. So I ain't swinging shit on Tesla. But that's just me. And Target, where are we at? Geez, 126. I mean, It's so far up here. So far up here. I know that they reported well and everything's hunky dory. It just scares me because it's so far extended at the moment. I would rather see a pullback, to 114 or something before I would get in long. So I don't know. I mean, holding something, and it may do just fine, but damn. Yeah, 145.44, is that 1272? But shit, I don't know. Man, this thing is way up there. So I cannot, I can't buy it up here if that tells you anything. You're in a January 120 call? Well, I assume that you're really green. Why not take your money? If you really like it, move into something else, but that should be, yeah, that should be the gap. The concern is the gap up. I mean, if you're really green on them, don't be afraid to take that money and run. In case you don't get another opportunity to do so. I mean, if you got in those calls before that gap, you got to take that. That's just me. I don't look at a big gap up and go, nah, I'm just gonna hold it. I take it and go. Give back most of the pop. Red Devil, no problem. I would just hate to see you, not take it and then something happens and we get a drop like on Monday or something, something happens over the weekend and we get some sort of drop. Like, that would suck. So Adobe, oh, what a run. I want to move up here from, what was that, 295? Well, I guess it's only $3. Okay, it looks like it's more than that. Simmons, sure. AbbVie clawing its way back. A little dip on Twilio. BA, still green candles coming in here. Oh, man, Simmons, another one. I can't really help too much with Macy's. I mean, until it shows, I don't know, something interesting. I mean, you're buying it low. that's good, but I can't. I don't know. Beat yesterday, cool. Bounce from earnings today. I mean, it's getting a little, not a bad move. That 5% move, not bad. But it's got, I mean, you've got room up here, from September at $18. I don't know how good the beat was and how they guided. Did you look at guidance? You might look at guidance. Wasn't great. Yeah, then I mean, they beat, they lost more than they were supposed to. So, or lost less than they were supposed to. So I don't know. J-Bug, I still have some Twilio. I did cut the majority of it, but I do still have it. Thoughts on this one getting to 45? STNE. Stoneco. Ooh. Well, when was that? 21 November. Another company that lost, let's see, surprise. Was that missed by a penny? So it's at 41. I mean, what's going to drive it to 45? I don't know anything about them, so 41 calls. Buffett backed Stoneco jumps 7 to 7 month high on solid growth. Okay. Q3 earnings lag estimates. That was 21 hours ago, but it didn't seem to hurt them. Guidance must have been good. People like what they hear. The market liked what they heard. I mean, coming up, still a couple bucks from the 52-week high, like $4. I don't know anything about them, but if it can break, let's see. I mean, you're coming into this consolidation that was a few days here when it made those all-time highs. So could it? Yeah, it could, especially with good news. The market obviously likes what they heard on growth and guidance, and they're backed by Buffett, and the market likes that, I suppose. So chances are there, yeah. But, maybe you wait for a pullback. Pull back on BA. Adobe is another one that I mean, I really like them. I'm glad that it took a little rest here on the daily, because this, the gap up and then I don't know what you're looking at for Adobe. I know you're asking about 300. I mean, nice bounce right here off the 200 MA on the 15 minute. Now above the 34, above the 80 MA, above VWAP. Maybe another one that depends on if you want to hold it over the weekend or not. But it's also pretty extended, right? Not to say that it can't stay that way for a little longer, because it certainly could. Do have some support, maybe right there from where it gapped here. That was also resistance, and looks like it's holding right now. So I think it's got a chance for sure. Yeah, Top Gun. I heard the Baba sweep. I'm still not buying Baba. SPLK over 140. Very nice. Very nice move. Yeah, ZM 7340 at the moment. We got half an hour to get a pop. Sweeps coming through on Adobe. Yeah. I mean, you got a big, cup here on the 1 minute on Adobe, which looks really good. Adobe adds features to iPad Photoshop app. Okay, that was yesterday. It does look good. Hair's gone. If you're up 50%, I think, you got a big cup here, maybe a handle, but that's a little extended. Bouncing off VWAP right here on the 1 minute. But I don't know. I mean, for myself, typically, if I got something short dated like that and I'm up nicely, I would typically take profit versus risking if there is, some potential, if I think there's some potential risk. I typically will take the profit, maybe just ride a small position, but it's up to you. I can't really tell you, outside of the fact that, you know, it's made a really nice run. This absolutely could continue into next week. It could gap up and go test 150 again early next week. Hell, it might do it today. But it might not. And it might pull back, you know, to test. If markets are weak on Monday, it may, you know, pull back a little bit to test. And it just depends on if you're, you know, okay with that. And that's the thing, right? Like, there's no crystal ball. There's no shit. If there was, I wouldn't. Well, I might still be here because I love it. It's fun, but it looks good. I mean, the trend is up. You know, there's some resistance up here that we know right around this 149.50 to 150. But outside of that, it looks good for continuation. You might get it. Harscon. You might get it. I do know there was a headline today as it related to Frozen. No problem. AbbVie is on the move a little bit here. These last 30 minutes, I think, are going to be interesting. See if people take risk off the table again, or if they're going to let some stuff ride to next week. I mean, this Splunk chart looks awesome, but I just don't know, you know, how much risk I want to leave out there to swing stuff. To me, this looks like it's consolidating right up here around 140. But I think, you know, news could still headline risk. Hey Teresa, without Kang here to sing to us at the end of the day. I gotta play a song.
It's the end of the day and you're looking for a swinger. Just be careful, don't get punched in the dinger.
All right, Twilio's pulling back, ZM is pulling back. Not Splunk yet. Do we have an MOC yet? Okay, thank you. Let's see how we're going to end. Look at the drop on BA there. Big drop. You see that BA put in one of them BA candles? Yeah, they can move. Well, J-Bug, I mean, let's see, 25 cents ain't bad on it. Sorry that didn't work out for you. I am still, like I said this morning, I cut a large percentage of it. But for me, the trade is still kind of working. So I'm going to give it some more room. But I don't blame you at all for, you taking risk off the table. It's getting a drop here at the end of the day. A lot of stuff is. But yeah. And it's, hey, you got to do that. If you feel like, oh, I can't risk that, then you absolutely have to do that. So I applaud you for making that decision. I mean, I did too, right? I pulled some off this morning just because I was like, I wish I would have done it after this move, but that's okay. But I did pull some off because it just hadn't started moving yet. And we're still not out of the woods. Like, I've got this 105 area, to me, would be a really good sign. We're not there yet, so keep in mind too, J-Bug, that we talked about this, right? And I said, well, we're kind of jumping the gun here because I really wanted to see it above 105. And I didn't take a huge position in it because of that. BIIB pegged right at 300. There's a 10-cent pop. What's she gonna do into the close? Yeah, no problem, J-Bug. Little pop there. Let's see what they do to ZM here at the end of the day. If this is going to be a bunch of profit taking going into the weekend or some short covering. How much volume did we do today? I mean, only 2.7 million. Another rapid fire bullish on BABA. If you like BABA. Another alert. All right, guys, we got about 14 minutes left. I will be back in 2 or 3. For the close. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So Disney's popping hard. see thoughts of Amazon action into the close. I mean, I don't know. Would you consider swinging, Amazon? Otherwise, I don't really look too. There are days where it's like Amazon's really moving and I'll play it. But unless you're thinking about swinging it, look at this drop on SPY. Coming in at the end of the day here. We got 10 minutes left. They're going to sell it off to buy it back or what? Let's go look at Amazon. And actually, there's a little handle there on Adobe, which looks good. $17.30 looks like it may have been support. Well, $17.30 was certainly strong. But damn, Amazon can make some crazy moves. I don't know what you're looking at, what contracts you're looking at, how much they cost. I ain't swinging, like a $1,200 Amazon contract, but that's just me. Because that's the thing, right? Like, for me, it's why do I need to swing it when, I don't. Hell, if it opens at 1770 on Monday, I'll buy the 1785 or or the 1790s or something. For me it's just not. It's not worth it. I've definitely gotten hurt more doing that kind of stuff than I've been successful. So the risk reward typically isn't there for me. Like, again, you can wake up and it could gap up and those contracts will do really well. But unless something is, really like a key area of support. God, look at these drops coming in. This is crazy. People are not excited about holding over the weekend, I guess. Some decent size drops coming in. There's a drop on that BIIB, not huge, but a little bit. Very interesting action here into the close. Wow, that Kern. Golly. I was talking about this yesterday. Look at this. Actually, I talked about it the day before yesterday when we first got that pop on the pot stocks, and I was talking about how much I like this one. And now it's a nice little pop. This one is absolutely insane. The float is not nearly as low as what it used to be, not because they sold, did a secondary, but they did have warrants that they sold, but it's crazy. You did? Whaler, nice. Yeah, they are definitely. Kern will have its day, I think. I think it will. I mean, obviously it had one, right? But that was just low float craziness right there. That's all that was. Because it wasn't like some big announcement. Yeah. I'm still holding some. Bearish Bull says Kern pop. A couple of people talking about Kern. Kind of funny. Kind of funny. BA is just crazy back and forth into the close here. Tesla dropping a little. Splunk holding up nicely over 140. I don't know. The Splunk has done well today. Very strong. Whaler, that's awesome. I'm glad that it's up today. If it drops, you had your chance. I like the long-term, potential of them. But it's not something that I'm like taking a huge position. Look at this pop on Twilio. Go Twilio. Hell yeah, go. Let's make a move. Yeah, that was a really nice pop on Kern today. Good. I mean, I like it. But that doesn't mean anything. There's some other cheapo tickers that I like that haven't done shit yet. That make me mad every time I look at them. And Kern's been one of those. But it's not on my shit list today. My average on Kern, I'm sure, let's see. I've got a 584 cost basis. And I was red for a while. Look at this end of the day action on fucking Twilio and Splunk and BA, but damn. We might just go, let's see, where am I at here? Are we gonna go green on this shit today? And I doubt it, but nope. We got a ways to go. Amazon's running. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. What do we got? We got a little less than 2 minutes, I think. Amazon closing near high day. Freaking Disca, very nice today. AbbVie made me a little sad this week, I'm not gonna lie. It was not very impressive. TH. cat. That's fine. That's all fine. Let's see. So we get anything out of those. All right, and we are closed. Fun day, fun day. Oh, God, what was that Twilio candle at the end of the day? That was ugly. Target popping at the end of the day, nice. Yeah. That was a fun day. I'm listening for the KRTX Guess the Close winner. Look at ZM go. PB, what's ZM doing? Yeah, it did get some volume towards the end of the day there. But, man, this thing... I think, what did we do in volume today? Last time I looked, it was only it was less than 3 million. Probably got over that by the end of the day, but... Which means that there should still be some shorts. Some shorts in there. All right, if anybody has any questions, throw them out there. We do have the black box for anybody that maybe didn't hear it. We've got a black box deal running right now that gets you 33% off the monthly rate if you prepay for a year. So if anybody wants information on that, or if anybody would like to try black box, I can get you hooked up with a weekly trial starting on Monday. Let me know if that's something you would like to do. Otherwise, thanks for everybody that hung out today. It was a fun day. Had some good plays. And y'all enjoy your weekend. Whaler, you too. Have a good one. I'm going to go, I get to go shovel snow, I think. Red Devil, no problem. See you Monday. PB, it depends on what I'm holding and what my, targets are and stuff. CFAB, you too. Cheers. Have a good weekend. But yeah, it depends on what I'm looking for and whatnot. Anki, you're welcome. Have a great weekend. You going to be around on Monday, Anki? Thank you. I like this, this group that's been in here on Twitch. Awesome group. Perfect. Right on. I'm going to pull up the after hours scanner for a minute and just see if there's anything making big moves at the close here, after the close. I don't expect too much, but definitely like to take a look. Let's see, we got Qualcomm, a little bit of volume, CGC, 1855. Some Schlumberger. Little drop on LK and LB. But not much. Nothing major. How did those Splunk play out? Oh, dude, Splunk was awesome today. Did really well in Splunk. You know, Anki, I think what we ought to do is sometime next week when you have time, like I'd love to get you, for anybody that's interested, like, you know, get you on my Discord and, you know, maybe we can, like, after hours, after the market closes next week, just kind of spend a few minutes talking about that. How to use the volume, after hours volume scanner. I just pull up the post-market scan. It's supposed to reset once the market closes. So the volume listed, I think it takes a few minutes, but this should be after hours volume. So it's down here. It's the little moon-shaped thing. I watch the pre-market scanner in the morning. I keep an eye on the post-market scanner for a few minutes in the afternoon, just to kind of see what's going on. Sweet. And yeah, JBug, Splunk was over 100%. So I don't know how we did it, but 2 Fridays in a row now. 3 of them over 100%. And Zoom, ZM was at one point 600%. I don't know what people, you know, I know there were some people in here that made 200, 300, 400%. I think the biggest winner that I saw, somebody had like 700% on it. So that was pretty sweet. I was happy to see that. I'm actually a Kern, holy, like over $7. Pretty surprising today for me. That was a nice surprise. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I kind of wish I would have been. But pretty sweet regardless. That was nice. Sand dollars. Man, I played Kern the day it took that crazy run. I played it then. And I played it from like, oh, what did I get in at? I got in like somewhere around $22 and I sold up here like about 58 or 60 or something like that. And I let it dump. And then I was reading about them. And I've been buying in here, like in the 5s. I picked up a little bit. Like I think I started buying like in here. This was up at $8 and such, you know. And then I averaged down a little bit. This was a small position. Just with some of the profits that I had taken from that run up, I got into a small position. And I kind of added a few times, you know, to average down. But I've been watching them for a while. It's just been this steady drop. I don't know why it's getting this move today. The last, the 15th, nice pop, pullback. Another nice pop right here, but I don't know exactly why. It looks like on the 14th, let's see. Oh, okay, so they announced that they're gonna do, okay, so no, November 14th, 2019, it looks like they had ER, but I don't see that. But that appears to be when this started, was after ER. A little, sand dollars, a little bit, and understand that there's a huge difference between current and dries. Like I said, this move, this crazy move, this was because it was extremely low float stock. But this company is based in Denver. Legitimate company. It's not bullshit what they're doing. That crazy run and drop is like, that's no fault of theirs, I don't think. I mean, I played it, and it's not like they did some shady crap. That I don't think this was their fault. This was just traders and FOMO. But if you don't, if you're not familiar with what they do and that sort of thing, like definitely take a look at it and see if it's something, that's of interest to you. But I was talking about this a few days ago. They basically want to be the SAP of the cannabis industry, and track seed to sale, and they're developing all the software and systems to to really lead that space. And I actually saw, like, I want to say it was like 2 months ago or something, they had gotten a contract. I don't remember which state it was, but they had gotten like the contract with the state to provide their solution at a statewide level, which was really encouraging to see that. But again, don't buy into the hype. But it was cheap enough for me that I was like, yeah, I'll buy a little of this and hold on to it and see where it goes. I think out of everything that I watched play out today, the strength in Splunk was pretty impressive. The move that Zoom made was really nice, but it pulled back and never got back to the high. I think I'll be playing Zoom next week as well, I'm sure. But Splunk ran and pulled back and based, I think, pretty nicely. It had that one big pullback, profit taking, right? And then kind of took off. And I mean, this right here had this, and we put the fibs on this and it played out perfectly, which is when we got in. I mean, that was just a perfect setup. this bounce off the 618 and then right back up was like textbook. So something actually did what it was supposed to do, which is nice. The active regular hours market is closed. Forex. There's still after hours. I don't typically trade after hours on a Friday. Sometimes I will through the week, especially on earnings. Simmons, I was just looking, got 750% on ZM. BB and Badass crushed some ZM. We had a lot of players in ZM today. Gotcha. Any news about trade talk lately? I mean, the typical garbage that's been happening, like, oh, there's a deal. Oh, there's no deal. Tariffs are going to increase. Oh, tariffs are only going to increase if there's no deal. Like, it's been the same back and forth garbage. So, as far as I'm concerned, there hasn't really been anything significant that has changed the story, of what's going on. Dr. E. Hello.
This is a message from Heritage Hills Family Medicine. An appointment is scheduled for Robert.
Okie dokie. Cool. Yeah, I don't think anything's really changed. Story remains the same. No options, I suppose. Well, I don't really see anything interesting to be expected on a Friday afternoon. So with that, I'm going to get out of here. I will charge my camera, and it'll be working again on Monday. See you later, all. Have a great weekend. Let's get back.